What's happening, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to... Let me lower the music here, it's a little bit loud. Welcome to another stream. We're gonna be running through a lot of work today. That's the hope, at least. Space Soup, thanks for joining today. Glad to see you. Yeah, feel free to chat up if you're hanging out there. Here's what we got on the docket. Let me bring you over. This might look familiar, right? We've been working on this video. I'm gonna move myself a little bit. I'm kind of in the way. Oh, not that. Grab me. Move me over. There. We got our timeline. Oh, chat is now like kind of in my face. That's all right. Hey, how's it going? Abrashagoras? I don't know if I'm even pronouncing that correctly, but glad to see you. Happy to have you on the stream. So, we're gonna be getting back into editing today. We finished already with the main edit. We haven't really gone through and made sure that it's a clean edit, so we'll be doing a little bit of that today. We're also focusing primarily on making sure that we're getting some of these effects completed, right? That's going to be the real plan for today. Music was still a little bit loud. There we go. That's better. So we're going to be working through special effects, visual effects, I guess, making sure that they're looking clean and try to get through as much of this as possible. I'm going to be leaving town tomorrow morning, early, bright and early, 6 a.m. or whatever, to go be out in the middle of the woods for, a few days, which I'm really excited about. But that means that we got a lot of work to do tonight. So that is going to be the plan. I'll be running through stuff. I'll still be talking as I'm going and whatnot. I won't be totally checked out. Obviously I'll be checking chat and everything. But we probably won't get stuck on too many tangents, hopefully. We'll see. But before we get into this, speaking of tangents, can I just ask for your opinion real quick? So I've been thinking about getting a new piece of gear. Frankly, there's a lot of gear that we could get. There's an infinite amount of video making equipment that I would love to have. Our camera, while it does a good job, is not necessarily the best camera in the world. It doesn't do great in low light because of the small sensor size, and so you end up needing quite a bit of light, either shooting outdoors or having a lot of bulbs to sort of light the scene. Otherwise you get a lot of grain in your image. So that would be something that I'd love to upgrade. But that's not what we're talking about today. Additionally, I would love to invest in some other things, get an external monitor so that I can have the camera on one side of the room and I can be on the other side of the room and I can sort of track and look at the scene and make edits on the fly, do more like solo shooting, that sort of stuff. We're not getting that either. What I'm hoping to get, potentially, you let me know what you think about this. I want your honest opinion, okay? This guy. It's a DJI Pro. I didn't even notice the Pro there, but it's an RSC2. So this is a newish gimbal that I think came out end of last year, maybe even this year. I think it was end of last year that it came out. Not that long ago, right? Not that old. $300. Now this is Canadian, right? So it's actually like $238, but then once you add in shipping and tax, comes about to $300 flat. right? That's a big chunk of change. Chris, you say do it? You said that before you even saw it. Come on. But this is what it looks like, right? Now, why would I want this? What on earth would I do with a gimbal? Well, we could get more cinematic with stuff, right? Do some frickin' walk and talk kind of videos. That would not be possible right now, frankly. Like it is possible, but do I want to do that? Absolutely not, because it would be a mess. You know, you'd have shaky footage. Anytime you've got, you know, oh, there's no memory card. Oh, it's over there. I mean, if you're holding a camera, right? Like even if I'm shooting Allie, or she is shooting me, or I'm shooting solo, right? So if I'm shooting solo, I'm holding out the camera like this, trying to like talk into it. I don't do that much, in part because of how crappy the footage ends up looking. Likewise, if I'm shooting and tracking a shot, right? I have to like walk backwards while I'm doing that and trying to hold the camera steady, maybe even like keeping it close to my chest and not even able to see the image. I'm not going to do that either. So that's what the gimbal would do. You essentially put it on this stick, right? And it keeps it level for the most part. It keeps it smooth, I guess, right? Because it has all these axes. It's like the head of a chicken. Which means that we could do more good-looking B-roll type stuff. But we could also sort of expand out and end up shooting without a tripod. Now this thing does have a sort of tripod that comes with it, right? It sort of has that base that you could set it down if you wanted to, which is also really nice. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about getting a gimbal for a really long time. And I've been thinking seriously about it for the last week. And I decided to like do some looking around to see if there were any good sales, and I found this guy, right? Now, somebody's gonna go buy this underneath me, I'm sure. No, I'm just kidding. You guys wouldn't do that. But it is pricey, you know. I don't want to like downplay that. So anyway, if you guys say go for it, I trust you. You know, we'll do that. If you say, save your money, do something else, I trust you there too. I'm sort of on the fence. I think I'm like 60 to 70% leaning towards buying, which puts me at a like 40 to 30% against. And not really for like any other reason other than it costs a lot of money. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's a big decision, but we'll see. I had something else related to that. Oh, this is actually not related at all. I figured I'd let you guys know this just because it can be fun. I've seen this. Come on, see. There we go. I've seen this on some other channels. I figured I would let y'all know about it. So if you end up being over on Twitch, oh boy, now we're gonna get some. Wow, look at that. Okay, if you're over on Twitch, and you scroll down, I added this little thing here. This little box. Oh, you can't see it because I'm in the way. Move out of the way. There we go. I added this little box, and it allows you to play certain select sounds that I picked out. I literally just did this recently. It's finally set up. And I thought it would be fun at various moments. Normally you would like pay bits to play a sound or something like that. That's not the case here because I'm not an affiliate or anything like that, so I can't even get paid by Twitch. So right now, they're all free, baby. You can just go wild. Now, if it ends up being too much or too annoying, then I might turn it off. But for right now, use it sparingly, right? Don't abuse this, because otherwise we'll take it away, and that's why we can't have nice things, okay? But if you want to come follow me over on Twitch, if you're over on YouTube right now, let me just put the link in the... Ooh. You can go follow me over there if you're watching over on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, well, then I'm happy to see you. So with that said, let's hop into editing. Let's get this done, okay? All right. Let's pull over my video again. Oh, that was not what I wanted to pull over. Here we go. Pull over my video. What even is that? Oh, it's not a video. Okay. So here's what we're working with. Essentially, we left off right here. So let's find a space where we need to add some effects, and then we'll hop over into After Effects to do that.
Which are marked by our life experiences, our memories, and environmental and genetic influences, all come together in a complicated mess to make each of us who we are. But it's still possible that Descartes was right, and that on the...
Okay. Was right or wrong, it's still a decent way to think about the division between neuroscience and psychology. Mm-hmm. I mean, so much as there is one, right? Like, neuroscientists are trying... I kind of stumble over this this whole phrase, so I'm probably going to cut it up a tiny bit. Let's listen to it first and then see if there are some natural cuts. Whether or not Descartes was right or wrong, it's still a decent way to think about the division between neuroscience and psychology. Mm-hmm. I mean, so much as there is one, right? Like, neuroscientists are trying to understand how the brain works, which can include questions about consciousness in the mind. Mm-hmm. And psychologists are mostly focused on understanding the workings of the mind, but obviously that has ties to the functioning of the brain. So there's plenty of overlap, but we can agree that, at least on its surface, the split between mind and body is also the split between neuroscience and psychology. Mm-hmm. However, that doesn't explain how neuroscience... We can cut there as well. Okay, let's do a few cuts here real quick. Right? I mean, so much as there is one, right? Let's try there. Like, and we'll try that. Let's see how that sounds. So much as there is one, right? Neuroscientists are trying to understand how the brain works, which can include questions about consciousness in the mind. Mm-hmm. And psychologists are mostly focused on understanding the workings of the mind, but... And we'll cut there. But obviously... Cut there, just to speed things along. Don't want to have super long, drawn-out phrases, because people will get bored. We can't have that, right? Neuroscientists are trying to understand how the brain works, which can include questions about consciousness in the mind. Mm-hmm. And psychologists are mostly focused on understanding the workings of the mind, but obviously that has ties. There's a little bit of a weird pause right there. Try that instead. The mind, but obviously that has ties to the functioning of the brain. So there's plenty of overlap, but we can agree that, at least on its surface, the split between mind... Let's play that. Whether or not Descartes was right or wrong, it's still a decent way to think about the division between neuroscience and psychology. Mm-hmm. I mean, so much as there is one, right? Neuroscientists are trying to understand how the brain works, which can include questions about consciousness in the mind. Mm-hmm. And psychologists are mostly focused on understanding the workings of the mind, but obviously that has ties to the functioning of the brain. So there's plenty of overlap, but we can agree that, at least on its surface, the split between mind and body is also the split between neuroscience and psychology. Mm-hmm. cut it off before her.
Mhm.
However, and we'll just cut that quick. However, that doesn't explain how neuroscience and psychology became separate fields.
This is true. You might think that.
And we'll just copy that same camera angle there. And body is also the split between neuroscience and psychology. However, that doesn't explain how neuroscience and psychology became separate fields.
This is true. You might think that neuroscience is younger than psychology because our technology for studying biology has advanced so much in just the last 7 years or so. But neuroscience has, to some degree, been around for a very long time, even if we didn't really know that much about what we were poking around at up there. And it's been closely entwined with what we might call psychology pretty much that whole time. As far back as ancient Greece, some natural...
Okay, so I have this idea. I don't know if it's a bad idea or not, but I have this idea to have a timeline animation at the bottom of the screen for a majority of the video. The idea is that you would roll forwards or backwards in time whenever someone new is introduced, and you sort of get a context of what year we're talking about. So I'm thinking about doing that. Let's try it out with this first clip, and if it ends up being too much work, or if it doesn't look good, then we can change it. But
as far back as ancient Greece, some natural philosophers like Hippocrates were already thinking.
Okay, so let's bring it over into After Effects. You'll see that later on. Or I guess I did that earlier on, rather. Okay. Let's bring in, let's make, where do we start? Well, the first thing that we'll need to do is create something that looks like a timeline. So let's actually, just for reference, we'll just literally pull up a picture of what other people's timelines kind of look like. Okay, so you get something like that. I think I kind of want something like this, but only one-sided, right? Where you have a line at the bottom, and you have these little protrusions. That's sort of what I was thinking from the start. You know, that's a pretty common timeline image, right? And pretty easy to flub as well and make it look halfway decent. So let's see. How should we do this then? I think I'll do it inside of After Effects. Excuse me. Yeah, let's do this. We'll have it be white for now. Don't want it to be that thick. Okay. And then I want it to be long enough that I could string some of these together. I guess that's true. I could just string some of them together and like rotate through them. So I think what I will do is this. We'll be going through decades and centuries. So let's try and do a longer look for centuries and a shorter, didn't want that. And a shorter one for decades, right? And now what we do is we duplicate. Let's see. How much time are we covering? How much time are we covering? It doesn't matter. Why I'm getting caught up on something that actually won't be applicable. So here's what we'll do, because we're going to be flubbing the passage of time. We're just going to be like running past so much time that that won't actually matter. So I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep it a nice round number. We'll position this one all the way on that end, and this guy all the way over on that end. And then what we're going to do is highlight all of them and distribute. Boom. Easy, right? And now we'll take this guy and let's just zoom in a little bit. And we'll position it over a bit. And we'll 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That guy is going to go over a layer. This will not be quite evenly distributed yet, but just to give an idea. Oh wow, that's actually not bad. Micah, you've done it again. Let's, just to get it perfect, we're gonna move this one over so it's even, and that way we'll get a true distribution. Okay, we'll try that out. And then where's the other one? Kind of annoying that they don't actually... Where the heck is this thing? It's like this one? Oh, it is that one. Okay, we'll duplicate. And position that. Oh, that is too far. Okay, good enough. We don't need it to be perfect, Micah. Copy all of those. Yeah. And we'll do the distribution again. Look at that. I got it like almost perfectly. That's pretty amazing. All right, we're gonna take those. I think I accidentally, I selected one too many. We're gonna pre-compose small lines. We're going to duplicate that and then move it over like that. Don't worry about the ends. We will clean those up. Duplicate again. I know this is tedious, but this will end up paying off because then we'll end up using this timeline for all of our other comps. So if we get it right here, then we get it right everywhere. Okay, move that over. Like that. And one more. More than one more. Oh, what am I thinking? Hang on. How many more do we need? Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Let me take this guy, bring it over here, right? Use the tool that we've been using the rest of the time to properly distribute all of the small lines. Like so. There. Make our work easier for ourselves. Okay, and now, oh boy, this is gonna be kind of a pain, but we're going to just mask out the parts that we want. That's not the correct one. Here we go. Let's turn all of these on. There, that'll make it easier. Harpo 719, aka the most rational man alive. I don't know what I just jumped into, but I'll bite. Yeah, man. So what you just jumped into is we're editing. We are editing video. Trying to get as much done as possible because I'm going on vacation and I don't want to. That's not what I wanted. I don't want to have responsibilities over my head while I'm, chilling in the middle of the woods. That doesn't sound like fun, right? So we're getting stuff done and knocking things out so that I can go get bit by mosquitoes all weekend. I love camping. I really do. Not just saying that. Love it. Mosquitoes and all. Give it to me. If I get to be out in the middle of nowhere, just chilling, that is ideal to me. Love having that time to just like detach, not look at my phone, just hanging out. Maybe put up a hammock or something, and just chill. No expectations, literally just the expectation is that you relax. So that's what I'm gonna do, as long as I get everything done. We'll see. If I do end up having some work at the end, it's not the end of the world. It is a long weekend, and so, therefore I could always come back and do some work on Monday, I suppose, but rather get as much done as possible so that I have time for other stuff, like playing video games or something. That sounds fun. Doing house chores, not fun, but necessary. Same thing, I have to, at some point in my house, I have to start working on the laminate. I'm putting laminate in the 3rd floor. And I know it's going to be a big project to do, and I've been somewhat putting it off. Not putting it off, but there's just been other stuff going on, Let's do this to this. We'll call that. Actually, we don't need to pre-comp those separately. We'll just pre-comp everything. And we'll call this timeline. Great. And just to make sure everything lines up. Okay, good. Now that we've done that, we can scale it up as big as we want. I don't want the anchor to be right in the middle. Why are you not behaving for me? How do I... Okay, well, I guess I'll manually move it. I don't know why it's being silly. I'll anchor it down at the bottom here. There is a plugin that makes using the anchor tool easier. At this point, we'll scale it. I think having it big like that is okay. What I might do though is shorten it because I don't want it to be in the way as much. Like, then we'll position it all the way down. Almost there. There we go. All right. So we've created the timeline, right? And we want this to be something of an infinite timeline. So what we can do is, have it run by and we stop somewhere, right? And then a fact pops up and we point out something about history. So that's the idea anyway. Turn on motion blur, and then we'll listen to, you've got this, thank you, Asa. We're gonna be running through this. As far back as ancient Greece. So we're hopping right into it. Rather than having it, well, could we have it run across? Maybe we can have it run across. Maybe we can do that. So we could have this timeline come in from the get-go, right? Boom, 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 boom. And we're just like skipping past a bunch of historical points, and we're stopping more or less center on this tall point. Okay? Oh, well, it doesn't help if you don't create the keyframe. As far back. So she's gonna as far back as, and then that's when we're gonna have it end maybe there. Boom. Okay, and now we'll add some easy ease to this, right? Which will make it flow a little bit. What the heck happened to the motion blur, huh? No motion blur? Okay, there's motion blur on all of that, and in small lines we'll also need to add it in. That should fix it. Man, when I started editing, when I started using After Effects, I got so annoyed, and I would say reasonably so annoyed. Let me move myself out of the way a little bit. On this side, right, you have all these different buttons, and it's very minute control. But if you're in your top level composition, right, and you turn on motion blur, right, it still might not work, because what you have to do is you have to go into your comp and select individually which layers will blur and which ones will not, which is great for control, but not great for learning right off the bat. I'll say that much. Okay, maybe it's running a little bit too fast.
As far back as ancient Greece,
what do you think? Is that too? It isn't that big of a deal, but
as far back as ancient Greece, some natural philosophers.
I feel like it should slow down a little bit smoother for that part, though. So let's try that again.
As far back as ancient Greece, some.
Okay, let's see what that looks like.
As far back as ancient Greece, some. As far back as ancient Greece, some natural philosophers like Hippocrates.
Okay, we can actually extend this out.
As far back as ancient Greece, some.
Don't love this thing having easy ease on it. So just kind of move this guy in a little bit.
As far back as ancient Greece, some.
As far back as ancient Greece, some philosophers, some physicians, something like that. Okay, that's looking a little bit smoother. We're getting to see sort of the movement of the timeline, which is good, before it stops at the spot that we want it to. And then, you know, I kind of want it shorter. I hate to do that, but it's still quite in the way, you know? So I think I'm gonna do that there, because then that gives us some space to play with. Otherwise, it's like a bit too high. There we go. All right, I'm gonna let that load, and while that's loading, I'm gonna get some water.
As far back as ancient Greece, some
Okay. Here we go. Let's go back and check it out.
As far back as ancient Greece, some natural philosophers like Hippocrates were already thinking that the brain was
Great. So we're already talking about Hippocrates. That's going to be our first subject. First thing we got to do, got to find a picture of Hippocrates. Hippocrates. All right, chat, help me out here. We need to pick a pic of Hippocrates. We got classic, Wikipedia, image that we could choose. Always a winner. Side profile. We got old man Hippocrates. We got the Hippocratic Oath. Maybe that would help people. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, that guy. We got Hippocrates against some wine corks. Yeah, I don't know. Sure. Ooh, colorized. Not great quality. Actually, let's do that real quick. We're gonna pick a large size image. I don't know, anything calling out to you guys? I know. All right, I'm feeling either the Wikipedia image that we had as the first result before. That one's not bad, actually. That image right there. It's a drawing of a bust rather than a drawing of him. It's interesting. Okay, let's go. Man, Galen is here too. They got the whole team. That's a cool drawing. Okay, all right. Help me out. We got this one. That's one. I'm not going to use that one. So we got one. Oh. Or two. I'm feeling one, I think. Look, he doesn't even have like full eyes here. Let's go back to that one. That's not it. This one. All right, we're gonna steal Hippocrates here, and we're gonna do a little bit of editing just to remove the background. So bring him in. There he is. Actually, tell you what. let's open this up with Photoshop. And that way what we can do is get a nice selection. Right. We can get a little bit of his table. I don't see why not. So we can always cut that out later. Some of his little tools down here. Now, this doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be serviceable. And we can clean stuff up later on. Okay. So we're grabbing just a clean image of this man that we're then going to, oh my God, it's like so hard to look at these sort of crosshatch images because it's sort of hard to see my cursor against it. It also becomes difficult to know what to select and what to deselect. We'll make it work though. All right, almost got the selection done, and then we can bring that over into After Effects. Let me just make sure that it's rough, but it'll work. Let's bring that down slightly. There we go. Select his hair up here. Like so. Okay. Kind of messy. That's okay. We just want it more or less to be good enough so that we can move on to the next thing. Okay, there we go. Nice tee. Thank you. I think this is the shirt that I wore in my last video, actually. I should get some new t-shirts. There we go. That's a little bit cleaner. That's a little bit cleaner. All right, don't get too caught up in the details, Micah. Just keep it moving along. All right, I think we've got more or less a good mask here. So now, oh, gotta remove this here. I guess we'll remove this whole section. I didn't notice that before. Gosh, it's hard to see my cursor on this. Okay, there we go. So now we're gonna do, come up, select and mask. That looks okay. It's not the best ever, but we're gonna smooth it out. Not that much. Smooth it out somewhat. Add in some contrast to get a nice firm look to it. And we'll shift the edge in slightly. And we'll just say okay. Copy paste, remove that. And now what I can do is grab this eraser and just sort of clean up some of the areas where the crosshatch is quite visible. Just so it looks a little bit nicer, right? See what I mean? Just to clean things up a little bit. Okay. That's generally good. Yeah, that looks better when you like remove the crosshatch altogether. Doesn't it? Looks much nicer. I think. Okay, great. Good. Save as. Hippocrates. Save. Okay. Then we come back to After Effects. Hey, Penroyal Tea. Penroyal Tea. Oh, you were saying nice shirt before. Nice tea reminds me of the sea. It does rhyme. It is kind of sea-ish. All right, here's our man Hippocrates. He's quite large, so we'll bring him down. And oops. What we'll do is we'll fit that. He's still quite large. So here's the next question, right? Do we put Hippocrates below like that? Right? You can have him down even with the timeline. The problem with that is now where do you put the year, the approximate year? Or do you have him floating up here, perhaps, and then you put the year down here? Let me show you what I mean. When was Hippocrates alive? Born 460 BC, died 370 BC. So maybe 400 BC? 400 BC. Right? So now oh, is that the center? Whoops. For the timeline then, we should have that over more. There we go. Okay. Oop, too far. All right. So you can have the year right by the timeline, right? That's pretty standard, I would say. But the question becomes, where does this dude go? Should he go, you know, right above it? So he's just like right there. Like that. That's an option. Or, I guess you could bring him down here. It suddenly becomes way harder to read stuff. Probably not ideal. So I don't know if we wanted to do that. Yeah, I'm thinking up here. And frankly, here's an option. We could literally just cut out his head. We could just have floating heads. Oh, if you're curious about the music, yeah, good question, Alex. Wow, your name is very long. Alex Marquez Perez Muniz Diaz Puras Thoreau. It's quite a name, my man. The music is all from GameChops. So, GameChops, rather, I should say. GameChops. Good stuff. They do a lot of like, you know, they have like Zelda and chill, Poke and chill. That's literally what we're listening to, is just a bunch of Nintendo lo-fi beats. So you can find them over there. They're good study music. All right, let's just do his head. I think his head alone would be great. So that's what we're gonna do. This works well enough, but I think, yeah, I'm gonna make the decision that we're just gonna do his head. And his beard, of course, his wonderful beard. Look at that. Did men shave all that much, you know, back in the day? Like, did they just not have very good utensils for doing that? Or was this like, you know, only the great philosophers had such magnificent beards? You know, if you could grow a good beard, then you were destined to be a philosopher. Okay, that seems good enough. Oh, too far, too far. Beards were considered a philosophical thing, definitely. Interesting. All right, let's try looking at that again. Yeah, that'll be pretty good, I think. Smooth it, add back the contrast. Say that's good. Delete that. Save. Go back to After Effects. Will you update? No? Come on. It's supposed to update. Let's try. Oh, it doesn't have the other layer. That's the issue. All right. Well, fine. Here's what we'll do. We'll drop it in again. Not a big deal. Say okay. Delete the other Hippocrates. Goodbye. We'll scale down this one. We'll make the main point there. And we'll just put his floating head right where we want it. I like that a whole lot more, personally. Don't you think? The Roman Emperor, let's see here. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius was depicted as a philosopher emperor, and his statues had big beards. Good to know. All right, so now what we got to do is take both Hippocrates and the 400 BC and line them up with what she's saying.
Hippocrates, we're already thinking that the unnatural philosophers like Hippocrates.
All right, so we know that it'll come right around here. I'll tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. My buddy Hippocrates, we're gonna put his anchor point. Once we get this set up for, you know, for this first time, then it'll be so much easier to do this in all the other occurrences. So Hippocrates' head is gonna come out of the same point as the 400 BC because they're both gonna pop in at the same time. We're going to use the scale from anchor point. So it'll end up. Now, do we need to put his name on there? Probably not. I'm not going to put Hippocrates' name on there. We're just going to, people will have to listen, I guess. There we go. Okay, great. So now she's talking about Hippocrates. Let's see who's next. Why do you think the brain was the seat of intelligence, while others like Aristotle Okay.
Hippocrates were already thinking that the brain was
It's the seat of intelligence.
while others, like Aristotle, thought it was the heart.
Okay, so now we're jumping over to Aristotle. Aristotle lived from when to when? 384 to 322. So we could literally put him on the same timeline. We'll just put him kind of next to our buddy Hippocrates here. So let's do the same thing that we were doing before. Help me out, chat. I'm gonna need your help. We need a picture of Aristotle. That's pretty classic, don't you think? That one right there, and can make a good floating head. We got other options. We got that guy. The shadows would do weird things, I feel like. We're just doing floating head. That one, it's fine. I think I'm gonna go with this guy. That's pretty clean and easy to cut out. So that's what we're gonna do. Wonderful. We're gonna do the same thing. Oh, apparently that didn't save the way that I wanted it to. Let's try this again. Let's go to the actual page. Okay. There we go. Now we can save it as an actual JPEG. All right. Open with Photoshop. Here we go. And same thing that we did before. Wow, this is a very large picture. At least comparatively speaking. I'm just gonna grab his head. You know, you'd think that, like, don't get me wrong. Maybe this is this is definitely a first world problem, right? Like, Photoshop, this like magic tool, the quick selection tool. Don't get me wrong, it does a fine job. You know, it makes quick work of things, but it could be better. Am I the only one that thinks that? It could be better. We could be living in the future, you know? Like if it just was a little bit better at edge detection. There's probably a lot of reasons why it doesn't, but if only Hippocrates is represented by a hippo standing on a crane. That's funny. Hippocrates. I know. You know, if we had more time, I would be all about that. But alas. Okay, we'll save that here. Okay. And we'll grab his face and bring him over. Wow, that is a big noggin. So we want his head to be about the same size as Hippocrates. I feel like me and Aristotle could be related almost. Sort of similar, some similar features going on. Okay. Great. Now, Aristotle would probably be let's see. He would have gained recognition probably nearish the end of his life. So maybe hang on, let's think about this. 330, maybe 340. So if this is 390, 380, 370, 360, 350, we could probably put him here, don't you think? Let's try doing that. Sort of the halfway mark. We'll put him slightly lower down, because what we'll do is we'll duplicate the 400. Let me move myself out of the way again. Sorry, I'm like right in the way. Okay. Position this dude. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Position that over and lower. We'll say 350-ish. Actually, let's see if there's any info on intelligence. Trying to see like when he would have said this. I guess it really doesn't matter as long as it's during his lifetime. I feel like I feel bad. Like I feel like I should put in like approximately. Does that kind of ruin the picture? What do you think? To have like a tilde there. I'm just gonna, we can just make a bold claim. 350-ish. So you think the tilde is fine? Because if we do it there, then we're gonna do it over here too, right? Because we don't know the exact time. Okay, if that works, then that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so with Aristotle, that's gonna come in later. Let's make both of those start at the same time. Great.
We're already thinking that the brain
was the seed of intelligence.
Scoot over, Hippo Boy. Yeah, exactly.
was the seed of intelligence, while others
like Aristotle, right there. So we're gonna have these two. That one's already got the effect. We'll add in that one. Okay. Galen, who's next up. All right, let's find out when Galen was alive and find a picture for him. Galen, there he is. 204 to 216. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so we have a little beat, right? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the position of all these.
Galen.
And now there she says Galen. So we gotta move this all over. Because that's 300 right there. Which makes this 200. And he was around... Oh, he was... Dang, okay. He was around way after Aristotle and them. So what we're going to need to do... Hang on, let's think about this. Let's go back. So we got 300, 200, 100, and that's 0 right there, okay? Now, let's do something real quick here. Take timeline, duplicate it. Turn off the position. Whoops, too far. Okay. Are you even moving? Like, what's going on? Here we go. Getting this lined up. Because then... Oh, going too far. That's too far. This is a bit tedious and also hard to see exactly where it's supposed to be. I think it's there. All right. That is the lineup there. So we're gonna position that. And what's gonna happen is we got 3785.9. We got 4181. Okay. So minus 4181. So let's do a little bit of math. You didn't think we'd be doing some math today, did you? So 3785.9 plus 4181.0. 7966.9. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the last point. We got 403. Okay, hang on. I need to write something down. So, here's what we do. We got they are separated by 7,966.9 pixels, or whatever that measures. I'm pretty sure it's pixels. And now we're at 403 exactly. If we go back to the other point, it was 4 minus 4181.0. So then what we're going to do is take 4181 plus 403. And that's how much it moved total. So it'd be 4584. And so now on this point here, in order for it to match the speed of this line, in order for this line to match the speed of this line, we need to add 4,584 to this number plus 3785.9. Okay, and that gives us our number. So let's try that out. Oh, it disappeared because I didn't write it down. 8369.9. But it needs to be easy ease so that it matches. Let's take a look, make sure that the lines match. Okay, you're not going to show me line. Ooh, that looks different, doesn't it? Well, isn't that great? What the heck is going on here? Why is that one so much smoother than this one? Oops, got to select it. Do I need to extend that out like the other one? Is that going to do it? What is the height of the other E's here? Ugh, keep forgetting to select. Looks like it's hitting... Auto zoom graph height. No, I kind of want to zoom in on the graph. How do I expand the graph height? There we go. So it's about 20... What is this? Hello. It's like 2,500 pixels per second. So if we look at the other one, where is it here? Is that 20? That's about 2,500 as well. Okay, good. So we're getting close to matching. So he can come in. It's fine. That happens. It just falls off. Do you want me to close it? Do you want me to close the door?
Well, it's gonna pull out.
Okay, I'll close it.
Okay.
Allie's trying to close the door, but the doorknob falls off. It doesn't totally tighten on. Here, let me help her real quick. Bill has also entered the chat, so maybe he'll come by and say hello. Hey, oh, I'm missing some chats here. Nice how it coincides with their hand movements. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Good if it does. Hey, John. I appreciate the compliment. How you just casually resort to mathematics is a new sort of impressive. Honestly, I feel like it's easier to do the timeline in Flash. I never learned Flash, so I don't necessarily disagree because I don't know any better. You're probably right. I just know what I know. So here's what's gonna happen, right? You'll see this. Oh, wait, what did I do? Shoot. I see. I messed up. Let's do this. Whoops, don't want to do that. There we go. All right, so now what we should see is a rapid movement, right? And hopefully these timelines match up. You probably won't even be able to see it because it's all blurred out. So we probably didn't even need to do that to like make it match so nicely, but it's good for me, you know, for my well-being. Okay, great. Now we're in the next part. Let's fit this to the image here. Okay, we got Galen of ancient Rome. Help me with the pictures, y'all. Galen. Here we go. Let's pull up my boy Galen. Okay, I was like, is that really all the pictures that they have? I know you got more pictures of Galen. How about that one? That's him, right? I didn't realize that his name was Galen Urso. All right, we're just grabbing a head here, so it doesn't need to be anything revolutionary. That one's not bad. Oh, it's watermarked though. Probably not ideal. Let's go with this guy. No. What, you don't like Galen Urso? He's a good looking dude. All right. Great. We've got Galen, and now what we're gonna do is we're going to again bring the image into Photoshop. We're gonna select all of Mr. Galen's face here. He's a funny looking guy, isn't he? He's got sort of a 5 head going on. Okay. Get the boundary of his beard. You know, hair is the hardest thing to get a clean line on. Because hair doesn't follow the rules. Hair does its own thing. Okay, that looks fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about getting it exactly perfect. I just want it somewhat nice looking. Oh. Yeah, that'll work. Oh my gosh. Like make a small tweak and it just totally changes everything. You see what I mean? Like, couldn't this selection tool be better? It's just giving me a hard time. Oof. Galen, man, why didn't you trim up your beard before you had your pencil drawing done? All right, great. Select and mask. Not looking great, but we'll smooth things out. That looks a little bit better. And we'll add some contrast to the edge. Shift the edge in a bit. Boom. Call that a day. Do that. Save as. Galen. Wonderful. And now, drop that in. Big head. All these philosophers, man, they had giant heads. Okay. We'll put him right around there. The anchor point should come from there-ish. Duplicate. Here, let's think about this. We'll duplicate this. Bring it up to Galen. Both of these should move back, of course. To here-ish. Oh, I guess the timeline should be over a little bit. Timeline. Oh, can I do that? Is that gonna mess up all my math that I just did? Probably. Let's do this instead. Grab both of these and move it over to there. Okay. Galen's there, his face is there. Similarly, he's gonna overshoot in. Let's line this up like so. Galen. Have him start to pop up. There we go. Let's see what that does. Okay, can we see that again? I don't know what she's saying here. Let's look up the script. Galen of ancient Rome believed the opposite of Descartes, saying that there was no difference or division between the mental and the physical. He was pretty ahead of his time for that one, but not all of Galen's ideas were good. Oh, what happened to the... I see. Not all of Galen's ideas were good. He also thought that semen was produced by the brain. Okay.
He was pretty ahead of his time.
Is that the end?
To be honest,
Oh, also Galen wasn't around at 400 BC. He was around... in well, he died in 204 CE or 216. It's not quite known, so we'll just say well, let's say he was around like 150. No, it would be like 170. That would put him at 40 years old. He probably has some, renown at that point, don't you think? Maybe 180. There we go. Okay, so Allie's about to say, to be honest, neuroscience wasn't really a thing in ancient civilizations like Greece because the dissection of human brains were illegal, at least until Heropolis came about. So, we're going to be going back in time to kind of where we were before. So let's think about this.
Honest, neuroscience wasn't really
Oh.
Neuroscience wasn't really a thing in ancient civilizations like Greece because dissections of the human brain were illegal. As far back as
Okay, so because dissections were illegal. And then we've got to go on to the next clip. And we're going to maintain the same timeline. This is one of those things where, like, maybe it would be easier to, you know, have all of this stuff come about at the same time. Like if I selected a bunch of clips and just imported them simultaneously, but it's not that big of a deal. So we're gonna import this one. And where's my face? That's a weird face. All right. Yeah, Loki in the background. Nice. Just chilling. Okay.
at least until about 300 BC.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen. We are going to grab Galen, 180 BC. We'll grab all this actually. Tell you what. Copy. Like so. And here's what will happen. We're going to extend this out. Grab these guys. Like that, right? And here's what we'll do. We'll do a little cut right there. Extend that out. You might be saying, why did you bring over all of those layers? You don't need all of those layers. And you're right, perhaps. But here's what I'm thinking. We're going to add a keyframe, right? Keyframe assistant, easy ease.
At least until about 300 BC.
So here's a problem. Her face is obscured by Galen, Bud Galen. So we're going to move her over. So now you got shared. Look, this is a double advantage now because now we've got Allie and we've got Loki in the same shot. Psh, what else can you ask for?
At least until about 300 BC.
We're going to move her over a little bit more. Okay. And now what's going to happen is we're going to move all of these over. To here. Now it's not centered, and that's purposeful because I don't want it interfering with her face. Okay. Herophilus. Let's pull up this dude. Okay, help me pick an image for this guy. Maybe there's a nice large image that we can use. That's already kind of a floating head, so we could use that one. Man, he looks like Poseidon. Don't you think? Poseidon. We got that one. We got that one. It's a weird looking image. I feel like the one that we saw before was probably the best. You know, this sort of bust here. We'll use that. Greek mythology. Wait. Is this him? Let's double check. First off, let's download the free PNG. Download. Great. But also, Erasistratus and Herophilus. But there's only one person in this image. Who is this? Okay. Well, that's what Erasistratus looks like, apparently. Who's that? Dang it. See, like, these dudes are best buds, apparently. They just hung out with each other. This is tough. I just don't have a ton of great imagery for these guys. But like, I don't want to use this image if it's not the right dude, you know? I got this. Those are kind of crappy pictures. Apparently this is Erasistratus. So that's good at least. We can use that. Wow, that's going to be a huge picture. Okay, so they got this picture. Not much to go on here. So now the question is, do we take a gamble and just use this head? Or try to find something else. Hard luck asthma. I don't know, guys. It doesn't seem like we have a great image of our guy Herophilus. Oh, here we go. I am speed. Exactly. Ronik, glad to have you here. See, this isn't... Is this even Herophilus? It looks like maybe not. No, it's... Well... No, it's not. So they just straight up use the wrong picture for their frickin' article. How is that? Come on, people. It's useless. I need an actual image of Herophilus, and you're throwing me all this, like... I guess there's that. Is that Herophilus? Yeah, I guess so. Not a great image. Not gonna lie to you. Anything better than that? Hang on. Are you serious? That's not even Herophilus either. Aretaeus. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. That's useless. All we got is this, like, kind of crappy side image. We'll use what we got, you know? I don't know what else to tell you. So let's start with Erasistratus. Our boy here. Also going to be difficult to just pull out a clean line from this painting. We'll make it work. We will find a way somehow. Like so. And the person that painted this almost definitely didn't know what this guy looked like, right? Like, we didn't have these painting techniques back in the day. I could be wrong, but okay. Select a mask. Smooth it out. And I think that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Okay. But what I am worried about is the fact that the top of his head gets cut off. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to clone part of his head. I'll tell you what, we'll make it easier on ourselves. We'll do, let's do this. We'll just copy that, right? Paste it. It's like we're doing hair surgery, okay? Or hair implants. Take that. We'll kind of line it up just a bit with the rest of his hair. Like so. And then we'll delete most of the other, most of what we put on there. There we go. Nice. Now it looks a bit more complete. Great. Save as. What's this guy's name again? Erasistratus. spelled his name right. Okay. Oh boy. Whoa, wrong way. Okay. He needs a much smaller head. Maybe like that. His head is still quite large. That should be fine. Duplicate the 400 BC. We'll bring that over. Here. Like so. Okay. And now we need our other dude. Herophilus. Okay. Not nearly as high quality as we've been seeing with some of our other images. That's okay. Somehow we are gonna make this work. Oops, I guess I should have done that actually. Let's select and mask. Smooth it out. Okay. That's gonna do it. There's our face. We're working with what we have, folks. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Save that to Philos. Okay. So Herophilus is gonna drop in and say hello. Okay, not the greatest job of, you know, blending this, making it look nice. Let's remove some of the let's remove that. Okay, let's try that again. Save. Oh, nope. File save. There we go. It's a little bit better. Let's do a little bit of softness. Okay, save. There we go. That'll be good enough. Now what we're gonna do, layer, transform, flip, horizontal, right? Why did we do that? Well, now these two can look at each other. This head's a little bit big. But see, they're friends, and look, it's almost like their heads are puzzle pieces. Like his head can almost like fit right in. because they're best friends. Okay, great. Now we just need to line everything up.
At least until about 300 BC.
Whoa. That did not move how it was supposed to move. Let's try this.
At least until about 300 BC, when Herodotus.
So what we should do is have this bottom timeline come in around there.
At least until about 300 BC.
Oh, maybe a little bit sooner, like there.
At least until about 300 BC.
Here comes Aristotle. A little bit slow. And also off. Why is Aristotle like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? He should be like over here. Well, we don't need Galen at a certain point, right? Like he's gonna be off screen here-ish. So we'll just go to the end of this. Move Galen's. Likewise, Hippocrates is gone. I probably don't even need his stuff there, but I'm going to keep it for now, just in case we need to go backwards. Okay, and meanwhile, Aristotle, something's going on with his... Let's try doing this, see if that changes the flow. Same thing with this. Just gonna move the speed ramp over.
About 300 BC.
That does work. Okay, great. Okay, I think the same thing needs to happen with Galen. Let's just take a look at the timeline speed ramp. Yeah, okay. So what needs to happen here is we gotta push this all the way over. And same thing here. Push that all the way over. Boom.
At least until about 300 BC.
Okay, yeah. But doesn't... I'm gonna keep Aristotle off to the side. Like, I guess here. There.
When Herodotus and Erasistratus
Okay.
300 BC.
So I'll have this pop up. 300 BC. And we'll have... Oh, hang on, let's do this. Remove that. And we'll have it come in.
300 BC. When Herodotus
Heropolis. Which will come in from there. Erasistratus. Okay, let's see what that looks like. All right, so in the script, she's saying, at least until 300 BC, when Herophilus and Erasistratus were permitted to conduct their anatomical dissections, blah, blah, blah. But while this was a cool anatomical discovery, was it neuroscience? Right. So we're going to keep the display up active. Okay, and we're going to go into the next clip. So this is where I come in, right? And we're going to open this up in After Effects. Okay, and I'm glad that I preserved the other stuff that we had. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to keep all of these layers. Oh. Boom. Copy. Bring them in here. And here's what we're gonna do. Over here. Do that. We're also going to remove different features here. We're just sorry. I know this is kind of boring, but it's just to help like clean things up a little bit. Ooh, thank you for subbing, RH Sound. Appreciate that. Okay, great. So we've removed some of the features that were, some of the transitions rather, that we were using before. So they weren't all that useful. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this song is kind of annoying. I think it's an Animal Crossing song. No, it's not. All right, we're skipping that. Oh yeah. Back to some Pokemon. Poke and chill. Okay, so we're ending. Oh, hang on. I see. So have it all start here, right? This is the position of everything. Boom. Okay. There we go. Hello, Magnolia Electric, no. Extra layer of appreciation for your videos after seeing how tedious video editing is. I appreciate that. It's not always, well, it's always tedious in its own way. This timeline is getting kind of bulky, so there's a lot of layers that we're going to be playing with for just to keep things consistent throughout the entire video, which can get annoying, I suppose, but Normally we're just playing with like text layers, you know, or some images. Whenever we do animations, you know, when you're looking at parts of the brain and stuff, that's where it starts to get more complicated. But I appreciate it nonetheless. So what we're doing, I'm about to talk about ancient Egyptians. So what we're gonna do, I mean, ancient Egyptians were removing. Okay. I mean, so here's what we're gonna do. We'll put a position on this. I mean, ancient. Looks relaxing though. It is. It is. It's less relaxing right now, just because I'm trying to get a lot done in a short period of time. You know, I want to get most of the effects at least done tonight, so that if I come back to this on Monday, then I have just some simple edits to do, or yeah, simple stuff like adding in background music and, you know, tightening things up a little bit. All right. Nonetheless, yes, it is relaxing. It can be very relaxing. So I'm saying ancient Egyptians. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. Ooh. There. Okay. It's an arbitrary point. It doesn't really mean anything, but all we're trying to do is show that we're going back in time. It's going to be blurry anyway. You won't be able to see. We're not going to go back thousands of years. Oops, let's turn on motion blur. I mean, ancient Egyptians were removing. I am speed. I am speed. I am speed. We're running through this. We're gonna go fast. We're gonna edit everything today. I mean, ancient Egyptians were removing. All right, ancient Egyptians were removing blah 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 blah. So let's take a look at. Let's get an idea of timeline. When was this happening? Mummification, ancient Egypt. Actually, hang on. Let's do this. Okay. No, that doesn't really talk about it. Let's see. When did ancient Egyptians mummification start? 2600 BC. Okay, here's another question. Should I be doing BC or BCE? I guess that's another question. I didn't even think about that. I've been doing BC. Oh, what the heck? I don't want to do that. Speamed. Hey, Trevor. How's it going? Good luck with the editing. I have ADHD and want to study neuroscience. Thanks for the content. Absolutely, anytime. How do you manage your ADHD? So should I be... Oh my gosh, that is not what I want. Stop doing that. Hotchkiss is a hell of a last name. BCE? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. I wasn't even thinking about it. And then as soon as I did, I was like, should probably change to BCE. So we're gonna go back into our various points here and change these all to BCE. 350 BCE. That one we don't need anything. We don't need that stuff there. How about here? Yes. So here we'll need BCE. And then we're going to be going back in time. Right? And we'll need it here. And we'll also need it on the 300. Great. And then we go back here. We're going to need it here. We're going to need it there. I know that this is just like the most fascinating thing to see. Putting in an E on BCE. Okay. We get to the end here. Okay, great. So now what we're gonna do, let's copy the, it literally doesn't matter. Duplicate, position, we'll remove that one. Remove that too. Where is it? There it is. Position it right over the top here, and it was about 2600 BCE. And we're talking about mummification. So, help me out, folks. It's not going well. You want to start medication? Talk to your doctor. We need a good image to use to demonstrate mummification. So we could use, well, removal of brain. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Yeah. Something along those. You know, this could work pretty well. It's not a pretty picture, I'll tell you that. What do you think, folks? This isn't a terrible picture to use, I suppose. It sort of gets the idea across. I wish he was sticking it in there. You could do that. Doesn't look very Egyptian, I suppose. Alright, let's look for large-sized images to get good quality. So there's this. The 7 steps of mummification. You too could be mummified. Should be easy to find a mummy pic that complements the dungeon the dungeon meowster shirt. That would be cool. They got the right idea there. Just stay still. Wait, what's this? No, that's not really what we're looking for. Gosh, all I want is a picture of somebody sticking, you know, the implement into their brain through their nose. I guess I'll use that first picture. That's not a bad one. Except for there's this weird glare here, but we're gonna ignore that. Okay, it's not the best quality picture, but it'll be smaller. So hopefully it works out okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back into Photoshop. I mean, if we're working with this for Heropolis, this is a whole lot better in terms of quality, if we're being honest. Okay. Now, actually, maybe we will preserve that. What we really need is the stick that he's about to put up his nose. Yeah, Dungeon Meowster. Like Dungeon Master in D&D. Let's see here. My brother gave it to me as a gift. It's fun. I like it. All right, select and mask. Smooth it out slightly. And we'll shift the edge in a bit. And say okay. Are you really Speed? I don't know. That is the test, isn't it? Is to determine whether I am truly Speed. All right, save as. Could you imagine watching someone speed run an edit of a video? Mummy, I want cakes and creams, Mummy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, with the same adept skill that you see people, you know, speed running a video game, right? Imagine that, but for video editing purposes. I'm sure there are people that would, you know, their skill is at that level, you know, where you would watch them and just be like, whoa, what? I don't even know what's happening. And frankly, well, there are many tools that I do not use that I probably should learn how to use. That would make this whole process way faster. Particularly, like more hotkeys, you know, those aren't that hard, I guess, to learn. But some coding as well. People will develop. Why am I forgetting the term for it? It essentially runs some code and does like an entire process. You're essentially automating something, right? And so like, man, I'm forgetting the term for it, but I have not ventured into that area quite yet. Hello, Kaladar. How long does it take to edit right now? Depends. It depends a lot on the difficulty or the complexity of the video. This one has a little bit more going on. Just because we're talking a lot about history. Whenever you get into history, I like to spice it up a little bit. And so this one is a little bit more involved, perhaps, than our normal video. But in terms of how much editing I've done so far, total on the video, I've only done, let's see, I can tell you. Content. Three hours plus a little less than 2 hours, and we've been going for about 2 hours here. So so far I've done about 7 hours of editing on the video, and I'm not close to being done. But that's fine. We're getting there, you know? Slow and steady wins the race. But today, I'm speed. All right? We're getting through this. We're gonna, you know, bringing it up a notch. What am I doing? Okay. Speaking of speed. Going to use that as a gift idea for my brother. Thanks. Nice. If you're wondering what he's talking about the shirt that I'm wearing in the video. Dungeon Meowster. It's very fun. It's a cute shirt. Okay, let's line this up, shall we? Okay. Ancient Egyptians were removing. Ancient Egyptians were blah blah blah. So we're going to move the anchor point position slightly. Maybe not. Just move the anchor point. There we go. Both of these will add the effect to. Ancient Egyptians were removing brains as part of it. Okay, great. Do you have a degree in psych? I do. I have my bachelor's in psychology. I also majored in Spanish. And I have my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. So, and then I also am a licensed therapist. I am an LPCC in California. I'm an LCPC in Illinois. LPCC stands for Licensed Professional Clinical Counselor, and LCPC stands for Licensed Clinical Professional Counselor. So it's literally the same thing, but just the letters are rearranged. Part of the mummification process way back in the day, but okay, let's go back to the script here. Might help speed things along. Ancient Egyptians were removing brains way earlier as part of the mummification process, but I wouldn't call that neuroscience either. They thought it was just another organ put in the trash. Same thing for psychology. A lot of early civilizations thought mental illnesses were some kind of evil demonic blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. I think I'm talking here until the end of the clip. Okay, so we lose the timeline here. We lost the timeline. Let's do this. Let's go into, oops. Let's go into this. Comp settings. Let's just add a whole minute to that. And, oh no. Same thing for this, I guess. Add a whole minute to that as well. And we'll select all of the layers, come out to the end, extend it. And what that does now is it gives us room to extend out the timeline. And now we won't lose it at the end. Oh, what the heck? What happened to the small lines? Why are they disappearing? Why did the small lines disappear? Oh, because I didn't, oh. I see. I gotta extend them all out to the end. There we go. Go, Neuro! Woo! We're going. I am speed. Let's go fast. All right, we're done with that. Let's, hang on one thing though. The mummy. Let's add a drop shadow. Give it a little bit of depth. There we go. Now we'll save that. Now, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do that. Let's not slow down. Let's keep going. Here we go.
I mean, there are a lot.
Oh, it's murky.
I mean, there are a lot.
kind of cuts in strangely. Let's see what she says right before this.
I mean, there are a lot.
Whatever. I mean, not that big of a deal. Like that. You're a BA, a badass. 7 hours of editing. Yeah, man. It's not a ton, you know, like each of our videos gets at least at minimum like 12 hours of editing, I would guess. Usually more. Just sort of depends on how much time we have.
I mean, there are a lot of examples of early forms of what you might call psychology and neuroscience, but they're still super different from our modern understanding. For example, Plato thought we had 3 psyches. Is that the start? Chinese monk Lin Ji conducted the first supposed psychology test. Is that the marker? Or take your pick of your favorite religion, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism. They all had early concepts of the self or the soul. It feels like there are a ton of examples of proto-neuroscience and proto-psychology out there, but they all look very different from our modern understanding.
I agree, but we need
Very different from our modern understanding.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just want to make sure that the clips are being lined up correctly. Yeah, the cat is totally into it. Let's try this.
Understanding.
I agree, but I agree, but I agree, but we need to put an arbitrary stake in the ground somewhere, right? Not really, but maybe the best place. Okay, suddenly I sit up and I'm cut off. That's not great. Place to point to as. Okay, we need to just zoom out because, whoa, not 800, 80. I agree, but we need to put an arbitrary stake in the ground somewhere, right? Not really, but maybe the best place to point to as the start of old neuroscience would be our earliest example of neurology, seen during the Islamic Golden Age. Some physicians like Avicenna studied the brain by doing surgeries after head injuries. Okay, maybe this should actually be zoomed out, and then we'll zoom in. I agree, but we need to put an arbitrary stake in the ground somewhere, right? Not really. Okay, we'll zoom in slightly. Come on. There we go. There we go. Islamic Golden Age. Some physicians like Avicenna. Loki really is sort of going to town in the background there. Avicenna studied the brain by doing surgeries after head injuries and by observing symptoms of folks who were experiencing mental illnesses. You're asking what's the topic of the next video that you're going to upload. So The topic for this video that I'm editing right now, which is the one that's going to go up next, is all about we're calling it a brief history of brain sciences. So we're going to be talking about how neuroscience and psychology sort of split off as fields from one another, and sort of looking backwards to see how that has developed over time and where the overlap is and everything like that. And then the video after that is going to be all about evolutionary psychology. I'm going to be scrutinizing it, I guess you could say. That's the plan. Bringing up my questions. I have problems with evolutionary psychology that I want to discuss. Okay, let's see here.
I mean, there are a lot of examples of early forms of what you might call psychology.
So, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the timeline disappear, actually, for a little bit. Because it's not functional to be on screen. And likewise, sorry, I'm just like, let's do this actually instead. Let's go here. Let's actually go a little bit earlier, like that, and we'll have it ease to the bottom. Yeah, we're not really talking about why didn't you put oh, I did in instead of out. There we go. Okay. It's not going to be coming up for a little bit, and if we remove it now, we can save ourselves a little bit of grief and just bring it in when we need it later. So it should kind of fade off. Okay, that's good enough. Speed is the way to go. The way to the dark side.
I mean, there are a lot of examples of early forms of what you might call psychology and neuroscience, but they're still super different from our modern understanding. For example, Plato thought we had three psyches.
I forgot that we bring it back in there. Okay, never mind. Let's undo what I just did there. Oops. Okay, that's fine. All right, we're gonna have to bring in, I forgot that she talks about Plato.
Is that the start?
Okay. Yeah, she brings a whole bunch of people. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna copy all of those layers, bring them in. We're gonna do this, position, undo any positioning, and then with these guys, we're gonna remove these settings. I guess we'll go back here. Okay, here's what we'll do. Move that all the way to the start.
I mean, there are a lot of examples of
Okay, so probably there. I'm gonna set it in a position. Let's turn it to easy ease. For example, and then she's gonna talk about Plato. All right, that's who's up first. So let's look up Plato. When did he live? Or ooh, dang. Let's see here. He was born around 428, 427 BC and died around 348 at age 80. So he's probably like 50. Yo, Andrew Kaufman, good to see you. Happy that you're joining. We're just chilling, doing some editing, working on this timeline. So, okay, so if he was 50, right, when he got recognition, then 50 from 30. Oh, wait, no, it would be the opposite. So it would be 3. It would be 380. Does that sound right? 380, 370 BC. 380, 370 BC. So we got all our boys here, right? All these dudes just like chilling. Now here's a problem that we're running into. Their faces are obstructing Allie's face. Not a big fan of that. So what I'm gonna do, what's the timeline for? We're essentially showing where certain things happened in history in neuroscience and psychology. So that like showing where certain things happen in neuroscience and psychology, and then like trying to parse apart like where things diverged. Let's see here. So let's just scale down some of this stuff. Right? So that way it's kind of out of the way a little bit. Make it a little bit smaller. Like that. Same thing with Aristotle's face. Don't need it to be that enormous. Just do that. Bring him down. Great. Like how Christianity affected it? Not really, actually. You know, we're talking about how right now we're in the era of like philosophers, or sort of like proto psychology, proto neuroscience. So there's a lot of assumptions, or assumptions. There's a lot of ideas about consciousness, the brain. What skill should I go for here? 66. About humanity, I guess, on a larger scale. It's being presented at this time. So the question becomes like, well, is that psychology? Is that neuroscience? Probably not. But I suppose you can make an argument. Okay, put him there. Allie Allie is in the other room. She's just hanging out, doing her own thing. Okay, we don't need the change in position here. But we're gonna put this over here. Oof. See, now it's like interfering and I don't like that. It's not really an introduction to neuroscience because that sort of implies that we're like teaching the fundamentals of neuroscience. It's more like, I guess a little bit like, how did neuroscience start? Maybe is a better way of putting it. See, like, I want to show the context of these other dudes here. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll remove... Oops, didn't want to do that. Remove the times. We'll just keep the heads. How does that sound? Maybe that'll be better. And put his head down lower too. I just don't want it to interfere, you know? I don't want it to be like in the way. So we're not, yeah, we're talking about, no, I didn't want that. Here we go. So now we're going to what were we going to again? He died in 348. So he would have been, it would have been 380. Oops. That Plato would have been around. So here's what we're gonna do. Help me out, folks. Okay. Plato. We need a good image. So there's that. That's obviously like a, you know, you got your Wikipedia image. That one's not bad. Let's make sure that the image is nice quality. Yeah, that's okay. That seems pretty nice. How about that one? There's that one too. Not as nice. Yeah, let's go with that one. His nose is a little bit rubbed off, but that's okay. Okay. Now, let's take that image and open that up in Photoshop once more. And just grab his entire head, like so. Man, time is flying, isn't it? Okay. There we go. All right, select and mask. Smooth it out slightly. Okay. Great. Save it. Oh my gosh. Why did I do that? Save as. Plato. Great. Now, we're going to drop Plato in. Boom. Like so. Like that. Maybe the heads of these other guys can be even smaller. You know what I mean? Like they don't need to be so big. There we go. We'll do the same thing for Erasistratus and Herophilus. Like that. And like that. Remove the 300 BCE. And then move them down as well. Like that. Great. So now the focus is really on Plato here, which is what we were looking for anyway.
For example, Plato. For example, Plato thought we
Yo. You want me to check it? You want me to check? Okay. All right. One sec, folks. Well, that was an adventure. So, so Allie texted me. Here, let me read off what she texted. She texted me and said, "Someone just rang our doorbell at 11 p.m." Very odd. You know, we live in a pretty quiet neighborhood, you know, and like there should be no reason that somebody's ringing our doorbell at 11 at night unless there's some urgent issue or like, you know, something is wrong or well, I don't know, like or there's somebody who is inappropriately ringing the doorbell late at night, you know, something like that. You know, that's what you'd expect. And then she came and opened the door and she's like, "There's somebody at the door." So I went downstairs and opened the door and the like, it's not the police, the like community service people were outside, which are like sort of like police light. And you know, very nice lady was like, "Oh, I got a call about some graffiti on your garage." And I was like, yes, you mean the graffiti that's been there for like 3 months?" So apparently, I don't know, somebody in my neighborhood maybe re-reported it. She was like, "Oh yeah, we got a call about it tonight." But isn't that weird? Like, why on earth would you come out at 11 at night and ring somebody's doorbell about a graffiti issue? And it's not even like offensive graffiti necessarily. It's, you know, it's kind of ugly, just like somebody spray painted their name or whatever. But like, do you really, I don't know, like, couldn't it wait until the next morning? Anyway, just silly. They've literally seen it multiple times. You know, we never even reported it ourselves. Apparently we just have like many neighbors who report the graffiti, which I get, but like we've been waiting for somebody to come out and remove it, and nobody's ever come. So I don't know. We'll just probably end up painting over it. What I would love to do is actually, because it was on the back side of the garage that faces the alleyway, what I would love to do is actually like put up a mural in that area, because you know, the only people that are going to see it are the people that are walking or driving by in the alleyway. And it would be kind of fun to have like a little piece of art just sort of always out there. But of course, that would require that I actually do the mural, you know, or hire somebody to do it. But I think murals are really expensive, so probably not in the budget for that. But painting it myself, that could work. If I did do a mural, I wonder what I should make a mural of. But looks like y'all were having a good conversation while I was out. Way to go. So I'm just going to catch up here. So Lynn, you asked, you're interested in neuroscience and you're wondering what it's like to major in neuroscience or psychology in university. You're currently writing a paper on meditation and ADHD. Very nice. You're wondering what it's like to major in those. Well, you know, like any other major, to be honest, you know, it's neuroscience is going to be more biology and I guess like, yeah, more biology heavy, I would say. More focused on mechanisms of how the body works and therefore how your brain works, how cells operate, all of that good stuff. Psychology is going to be perhaps more shifted towards behavior, social, that side of things, and I guess methods of research and stuff like that. So it just depends on what your interest is. So, yeah, it was very weird and creepy. I don't know why. I don't know why for graffiti, you would come at 11 at night, knock on somebody's door, or ring the doorbell multiple times. Biotech, that'd be cool. That's the future, for sure. All right. Back into speed. We got to do this. What? You want to come say hi? Here. Bill wants to say. Say hello. Look up. Look up here. All right. Come here. Say hello. There he is. Bill's just chilling. He's hanging out in the room with me. All right. So we were picking up with Plato here. And we needed him to pop in right around here-ish. Okay. Ish. Like that. And we'll have the same thing overshooting from the anchor point. We just need to change the anchor point on this. Bill is cute. He's a good cat, even if he's annoying sometimes. Okay, there we go.
Plato thought we had 3 psyches.
Plato thought we had 3 souls. So cute. He is a very cute cat. Plato thought we had 3 psyches. Is that the start? Okay, that's what she's saying.
I thought we had 3 psyches. Is that the start?
Okay, from there, we're going to once again select all of our layers. Do a position here, right? These guys also need to be activated. And we'll do easy ease. There we go. I love cat. Yes, cat is good. Is that the start?
Chinese monk Vinci conducted the first.
Okay, so now we're getting into some history here. Blah, 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 blah. Chinese monk Lin Ji. Let's see here. When was he alive? 465 to 522. So he was after Galen. We're gonna pass by. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab all of our layers again. And we're gonna fly in the other direction. I think that's Galen there. Yeah, there's Galen. So if that's, 200, we got 300 there. $400. This dude was around 500. So we're gonna stop. Oop. I think that's fine. So let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna mark this around 500, I think. Do we have a picture of this guy? Not really. When you look up Lin Ji Chinese monk, here's what comes up. Wow, that's it, huh? We got the Dalai Lama, some Buddhist monk detective, a bunch of movies. Useless. All right. Well, here's what's gonna happen. So let's make sure that this looks okay.
Chinese monk Lin Ji met with the first supposed Chinese monk Lin Ji met with the Chinese monk Lin Ji.
Yikes. Just like goes all the way there and then stops. I wanted to do a similar kind of thing where it eases in rather than doing the just like quick stop. Like that. It's gonna be annoying because we're gonna have to do this with all of the layers, right? But it will pay off in the end. Maybe. Probably not. Probably most of this stuff people won't even notice or care. That's fine, you know? Part of this we're doing for ourselves, you know? This is just to feel good about the product that you're making. I am perhaps a bit too perfectionistic at times, which costs a lot of time and effort. But at the very least, I can say that I'm happy and proud of what comes out at the end. So there's always that. That matters for something, right? Okay. So now,
Chinese monk Lin Ji met with the first supposed Chinese monk Lin Ji.
see a little bit smoother on the
Chinese monk
entrance there. It's still not like super smooth, but it's tell you what though, we'll move these points over. Okay, and now what we'll do is we'll duplicate and we'll take out the position, right? And now we can just steal this. Steal the template that we've got. Okay. So we're going to say about 500 CE. Bill, look at this cat. I know we all love cat. Look at that one. Just hanging out upside down. He's broken. Bill. Bill. Say hello. All right.
Chinese monk Lin Ji met with the first supposed
What? Let's see here. Cat is melt and come back to life. He's a goober. He just wants all the attention. Here's what we'll do. Since we don't have a picture for this dude, instead, we'll just put in a placeholder, right? We're not going to find a picture for him, so this will have to do. And since it's all one color, it makes it really easy for me. There we go. What, Bill? What do you want? Let's duplicate this. There we go. Bill, you are being too needy right now. I can't handle that. Mystery person is the perfect name. That's exactly what I was going to title it. Okay, great. So that's done. We'll bring that into After Effects. There's still a slight white outline, so let's go back into this and we'll do this. Select everything and select a mask. We'll shift the edge in and say OK. And we'll save. Okay, let's hope that fixes the issue. That did not fix the issue. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? Select it all, right? We got it all selected. And select and mask. Shift the edge in, maybe all the way there. Okay. There we go. That looks more pronounced. Let's see how that comes across here. Okay, why is it still... Oh, because it doesn't have those layers. Okay, let's bring in... That was probably the problem from before, too. That's fine. Bring this in, say okay. There we go. All right, now we got this weird white line over here, because apparently we didn't delete all of the boundary. So let's just do that. There we go. Now it's gone. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll scale it down. Put it more or less in the right space. Still a bit large. Okay. All right. And anchor point is going to be down below. And we'll apply that in. First psychology experiment. Bill is still very much wanting attention. I feel like he can sense that there are people watching right now. Bill. 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 Oh, cat.
Chinese monk Lin Ji conducted the first supposed psychology test. Is that the marker? Or take your pick.
Okay, here we're going to run off the timeline because she's going to be talking about various religions and, you know, their concepts of the soul and everything. So rather than trying to put a date to that, which isn't particularly necessary, we're just going to remove the timeline altogether.
First, is that the marker? Is that the marker?
Right here. And he is playing hard to get. What a cat. He just wants all of your attention all of the time. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to ask to receive constant love and affection? Okay. So now what we're gonna do is just run this all the way off screen. There we go. Oh, whoops. I did that wrong. Let me try that again.
Or take
Okay, there we go. These will be easy ease and sort of like we were doing before. We'll just move that all the way over and this one all the way over. Okay.
or take your pick of your favorite religion.
Okay. Now she's about to say, so once we get to this end, what I'm going to do is end all of these layers.
Take your pick of your favorite religion.
Christianity,
Christianity,
Buddhism.
Judaism.
Theism. They all had early concepts of the self or the soul. It feels like there are a ton of examples of proto-neuroscience and proto-psychology out there, but they all look very different from modern understanding. I mean, there are
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's go to the video here. Scale, position. I guess we don't need to mess with the scale, but maybe the position. I just want to slightly pull Allie more towards the middle now that we don't have
Or take your pick of your favorite religion.
easy ease. Now that we don't have the other stuff
Or
interfering
take
in the
your
middle.
pick of your fa-
Okay, great. I think that'll be fine. Let's move on to the next clip because we are speed. We're speed. All right. I agree, but we need to put an arbitrary stake in the ground somewhere, right? Not really, but maybe the best place to point to as the start of old neuroscience would be our earliest example of neurology, seen during the Islamic Golden Age. Some physicians... Okay, we're gonna start a new timeline, all right? Like Avicenna studied the brain by doing surgeries after head injuries and by observing symptoms of folks who were experiencing mental illnesses. In his first medical encyclopedia, which is the first such encyclopedia we know. And around the same time, there are a lot of really cool things happening in psychology too. A physician named Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi wrote over 200 books on medical observation. Okay, we'll probably end up doing this one by one too. Now we're not jumping back and forth. We're starting to go more linearly, right? Time is just, we're just going to proceed forward in time. So here's what we'll do. Bring this over into After Effects. And we're going to grab the timeline. Let's see. Let's think about this. Which one is on screen? It's this one. Okay. Copy that, paste that in, and now we're just gonna mess with positioning, remove those keyframes. Gonna move it. Okay, actually we were kind of right in the correct place. So what's gonna happen is this is gonna come in from the bottom. We just need to remove rotation.
Some physicians like Avicenna study the brain.
Avicenna. So we're venturing into more modern era stuff. Oops. Okay, he was born in 980 and died in 1037 at age 56. Dang, all right. So I would guess maybe like 10, we'll just say around 1000 BC. Does that seem accurate? Like one, well no, he would be like 20. So let's say like 1020. Should be right here-ish, let's say. So we'll come over here. We'll grab the 2600. Copy, paste. This way we can just reuse some of the stuff that we already created for ourselves. $10, $20. Oh, it's over here though. Okay, let's find a picture of Avicenna. Pull him up. Okay. Lots of pics to pick from. So we got this guy. We got, ooh, that one's not bad. That one's cool. Nice. He has a lot of side portrait, or you know, like side angle images of himself, which is interesting. Not many like straight on. Maybe he was always like, this is my good side. That one's pretty good in terms of like being able to pick it out, and it's a little bit of color too, which I think does well to indicate that we're entering into a different age. It's a pretty good painting there. Yeah. That's a pretty good painting of him, but let's start with this. Let's see where that gets us. So, open with Photoshop. Okay. Let's zoom in, make sure that we're getting a good selection here. That looks pretty good, I would say. Yeah, that looks pretty clean. All right. Select and mask. Smooth it out somewhat. Shift the edge in. And say okay. Wonderful. Great. We got the image. We're gonna grab it, drop them in here. A little bit light, I would say, in terms of the blacks are not as black as they should be. So what we'll do here is add in some metry. Oh, I probably should have been doing this for some of the other stuff too. Let's put in Kodak HDR. That helps a tiny bit, but then we're gonna increase the contrast. Bring that in more, and the shadows as well. There we go. Maybe we don't need the contrast to be so pronounced, because then it boosts the whites and highlights as well, and I don't think I want that necessarily. Just gonna add in a little bit of saturation. There, that looks a little bit nicer, right? Before, after. Okay, so now I'm gonna scale down his head, put it in the right place. Still too big. There we go. And once again, we'll have the anchor point there. And then overshoot from that anchor point. Boom. Easy peasy. Now, let's see how that looks.
Some physicians like
Oh, way too early.
Some physicians like Avicenna study the brain by doing surgeries.
Oh, we don't have. I see.
Physicians like Avicenna study the brain by doing
surgeries after head injury.
What's the script saying? Some physicians like Avicenna studied the brain by doing surgeries after head injuries and by observing symptoms of folks with mental illnesses. In a medical encyclopedia, which is the first such encyclopedia we know about, blah, 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 blah.
insomnia. Some physicians like Avicenna.
Okay, I think that's going to be fine. Now we're going to bring in the next clip. Boom. And we're going to copy all of these layers, paste those. And we're going to remove all of those features, all those transitions, because we don't need them. Why did you do that? Like that, okay. Boom. And now we're gonna go on to the next part. I'm about to say, And around the same time, there were cool things happening in psychology too. A physician named Abu Bakr Muhammad. Okay. So Al-Razi, as we'll call him for short. Let's see when he was kicking. He was 854 to 932. So he would be he'd be before Avicenna. So let's copy his name here. So first things first, let's find a nice image. Let's see if we can get it to be large enough. So that's a nice large image that we could use. Yeah, I've seen him displayed like that elsewhere. Kind of like this. Let's see here. Oof, that's ugly. Imagine having this picture but without the watermark, and it's still a blurry picture. That's not a bad image. It's pretty monochrome. This one, his head's getting cut off at the top. Here we go. This is the one that I was looking for. This one's pretty nice. Let's use this one. Okay, so same thing as before. We are going to hop over to Photoshop. I feel like I've never done more of what I'm doing now than ever before. Selecting a person's head and cutting it out. It's not that hard, but it's just takes time. Wow, that actually selected pretty well there. See, that's how it should work every time. Okay. I think we got a good selection. Doesn't look as nice as I would like it to. We'll do that. There we go. Go back up here, save it as Al-Razi. Again, another side portrait. Isn't that interesting? His head is too big. Needs to be around the same size as Avicenna's. And I don't really like that they're facing the same direction. So I'm going to flip. And now he will face the other direction, right? Might even rotate his face so he's not looking down so much. There. That's a little bit better. Let's take a look at his page here. So we were saying born in 854, died in 932. So probably like 900 would be where he was being all productive, right? But if that's true, then he's like way over here. Okay. Well, them's the breaks, I suppose. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh crap, but that's the end there, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Here's what we'll do. Position is gonna come over. Come on, there we go. We'll do that there. No, let's just do this. Don't make it so hard on yourself, Micah. Here's what we're gonna do.
And around the same time, there are a lot of really cool things happening. Too.
So we're gonna mess with the position ever so slightly. Just fudge with it.
A physician named Abu.
I'm just gonna move them over slightly. Ah, crap, I forgot that. It's like... Okay, hang on. Let me try something. Duplicate. And we're gonna bring the position over. Okay, keep it right there. And we'll just delete this guy. And now we can do what we were going to do before, which is keyframe the position.
A physician named Abu Bakr.
And we'll move it over. Let's make it fit. Like that. Okay, great. And then he is gonna fit right over here. Man, his beard though, it's getting in the way. That's a great big bushy beard, if I've ever seen one. So he would be around 900 CE. And this would be 1020 CE, not BCE. There we go. Let's fix that on the other one too. Okay. Thought I changed this. Okay, there we go.
A physician named Abu Bakr
Muhammad.
do easy ease on that.
Psychology too. A physician named Abu Bakr.
And we'll have here, let's make sure that this is all coming from the same spot.
Abu Bakr.
Okay, and we'll make that the inn.
Named Abu Bakr Muhammad.
Let's try that again.
Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi.
Come on.
Wrote over 200 books.
Come on, computer. You can do it. You know, I appreciate those of you that are watching with me right now. This has been a long stream so far. Oh, and we've had a decent amount of progress in terms of, you know, getting stuff done with regards to our various effects. Hello, Bill. Yes, I know. Let's actually evaluate right now. I just want to kind of get a picture of where we're at. So if we zoom out. Okay, well, we started here and we've gotten to here. You know, which is 4 minutes, five minutes worth of time, which isn't bad. It's just a little bit slower than anticipated.
And Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi wrote over 200 books on medical observations that included mental and neurological illnesses, and even developed the first recorded psychiatric ward where he treated people by providing them therapy. He even developed psychotherapy technique. With his patients, though, it wasn't called.
Okay, so then Ally takes over from here. Let's see what ends up. What does she say here? So we just finished talking about Abu Bakr al-Razi. Ally says, later during the Italian Renaissance, okay, so now we're going to put a position. Let's see. Easy ease. We're going to add a keyframe because Ally's about to start talking about the Renaissance.
Later, during the Italian Renaissance.
Okay. She's going to talk about Andreas Vesalius. Oops, that's not what I meant to click on. Born 1514, died 1564. Wow, he was not very old. Holy smokes. Jeez, what a young guy. 49 years old. Okay, so he would have been famous probably in 1540, 1550. Let's say 1550. So if this is 10, right? Let's count it out. 11, now in the middle. 12 now in the middle. 13 now in the middle. 14 now in the middle. Is that 15 now? Yeah, I guess so. I said 1550? Yeah, around there. So that would be right in between here, these two. Great. So here's what we'll do. Come here. Duplicate this. Remove the positioning, move it up to the top. Oh, Bill. Bill is laying on my foot. He just wants to be close. Okay, there's that. Move it down. 1550. Andreas Vesalius. Let's get a good pic of him. All right, help me pick a good image for this guy. He's just posing with his, you know, skinless arm. Interesting. All right, we need a halfway decent headshot of this guy. Wow. That's not bad, you know, with a little bit of color added in. Yeah, let's pick this image, I think. Okay. The Wikipedia image, so easy to use. All right, one more time, folks. Say it with me. Let's open this in Photoshop. All right, open it up. Here we got his face. We're gonna grab just the head. Make sure we're getting a clean selection here. There we go. Yeah, I think we got it. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right. What am I going for? Select and mask. We're gonna smooth it out. Add some contrast to that edge. Shift it out slightly, say okay, and call it a day. There we go. Apply. Who's this again? Vesalius? Why can't I remember this guy's name? Andreas Vesalius. Whew, I'm getting tired. All right. We're pushing through, though. We are speed. Vesalius coming in hot. You guys hear all the crickets out there? They're going nuts. All right, there's Vesalius. We're going to get him placed correctly. Like that. Who does he look like? He kind of looks like Shia LaBeouf a little bit. Or something. You know, like when Shia LaBeouf had the big beard and the shaved head. Here, let's do a comparison side by side. Let me try and find a picture that sort of captures what I'm talking about. His eyes are different though. Shouldn't be spending this much time trying to find a picture of Shia LaBeouf just to show you. It's not important. And yet I keep looking. His beard isn't as full either. Okay, maybe Shia LaBeouf doesn't look that much like this guy. Here, this is the closest I can get. No, not the same at all. All right.
Later, during the Italian Renaissance.
Okay, let's come over here. Things are just wrapping up. Boom, boom. Don't do speed. I am speed. I'm speed. All right. Although I haven't been very speedy, if I must admit. I haven't been as fast as I would like to be.
Andreas Vesalius took issue with.
Just finished several hours of editing a video, so there's nothing more relaxing than watching someone else edit a video. I bet it's just so relaxing. Oh, I bet it actually is.
Andreas Vesalius took issue with a lot of the things that our buddy Galen said about the brain. Mostly because Galen didn't ever actually look at human brains, but instead.
Like the cax. Okay. Okay, she's going to talk about how he had people draw images for him. At some point, maybe I'll end up adding in those later on. So she's saying Vesalius conducted public dissections of human bodies, including the brain, and had illustrators draw what he found, and so was able to identify a number of important brain structures, such as the corpus callosum. Let's just put him in now, because otherwise I'll forget later. Vesalius. Why is my computer so freaking slow right now, huh? What is the deal? It's like Chrome is just sucking up energy or something. I guess streaming kind of takes up some energy, huh? But someone more skilled than you? Well, that's very kind of you. Ooh. Oh, that's tiny. Come on, come on. Give me some nice large images of the brain, like this. Yeah. See, this is the kind of stuff that we're looking for. So we'll save that. Here's another one. Very classic image from his dissections. Why is it so tiny? No, don't give me the tiny one. Oh, no, go back. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what the heck just happened there? Stuff like this, right? Yet another drawing from Vesalius, from his illustrators. What a smart guy, though, to have. Oh, thank you for the sub, J. Almaden. J. Almaden. Okay, I think we've got enough photos. We don't need every single photo that, or picture that was ever drawn from its dissections. But it is interesting to see. All right, we'll go back into After Effects here, right? And I'm gonna bring in these images that we just, oh, we have turned over the clock, huh? We're into, well, at least where I'm at, it is now midnight. So, yay. Scale this down, right? So we can fit in a bunch of these. That. And like that. Now, let's bring this one to the top first, because I want to make a mask around that. There we go. I think I only want 3 images. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move this one here. Second one down. See, that one's still too large. And where did Vesalius go? Oh, he hasn't even popped in yet. Okay, well, maybe these will have to go next to one another. Or they'll, you know what, we'll just have them cover me up. Because there's no reason that I need to be on screen when she's talking about Vesalius's work. Okay. Come on. There we go. Like so. And I wish that these were all even, you know, that they're of similar size. Let's do something here. Let's, how can we fiddle with this a little bit? Like that. And like that. Oh. Makes it a little bit closer to the same size. And then we'll move in these sides. Just to make it look a bit more uniform. We'll make this just the tiniest bit smaller. Good. All right. Now, with this guy, I don't like it that it's like just totally white. So I'm gonna put in a tint effect. And the white will be that color. Okay. And same thing here. I do similar color as well. There. And now they all kind of match. Let's do what would be what am I looking for? Brightness and contrast. We'll bring up the contrast a little bit. Just to get some nice dark black color on that. And let's do the same thing up here. Don't love that it changed the color. So we're gonna copy the tint color that we had originally and recopy it over there. Do this like that too. There. That helps. So now we've got a more uniform look with all of our images. Now what we need to do is just have these pop on at the appropriate time.
Andreas Vesalius took issue with a lot of the things that our buddy Galen said about the brain. Mostly because Galen didn't ever actually look at human brains, but instead studied animals, like macaques. Vesalius conducted public...
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention.
Mostly because Galen didn't ever actually look at human brains, but instead studied animals, like macaques. Vesalius conducted public dissections of human bodies,
including of the brain.
And had illustrators draw...
Okay, she's starting to talk about and had illustrators. So we're going to have them come in from the left-hand side. Okay, and we'll let's see which one's which. Have that one come in second. This one come in third.
And had illustrators draw what he
found. I'll tell you what, too. Let's do this. Not a huge fan of the A-B look there. That's very modern. We're going to pre-comp this. Leave all attributes. We're going to come into the image. And we're going to duplicate. Grab a little section of the white here. I guess I don't really need to go that far. I can just do this. Layer, new, solid. Have it match that white. Okay. And now, all we need to do is that and that. There we go. And now they've disappeared. Great. Now it looks much better.
And illustrators draw what he found.
Oh no, now it's kind of covering up Vesalius. I just realized. Their position's slightly over. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, I guess. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. I'll just let it slide. People are gonna be looking at the pictures anyway.
And a number of important brain structures, such as...
Okay. We are going to have them leave the screen, though, at the same time. Because we want the timeline clear.
And around the same time, there are...
Okay. Good there. Great. On to the next portion here.
Leonardo da Vinci also did some stellar anatomical...
Okay, we're gonna zoom in on this. Man, my computer's running slow, huh? We got Loki asleep in the background. I think that might make for some nice, you know, nice little background there. It's just chilling, you know, living the cat life. Okay, now we're gonna bring this into After Effects once more. And we're gonna have to move pretty quick because she says Leonardo da Vinci right from the start. And we haven't moved the timeline yet. So let's first Leonardo da Vinci. 1452 to 1519. 1452 to 1519. So we ended things here. So he was earlier on. So this actually works great. Now that I'm thinking about it. We're gonna grab all of these layers, paste them in. We don't need all of them, granted. But that's okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come here. We're gonna get oh, I see. We're gonna get rid of many of these. Just need to move things over a little bit. So we'll get rid of Al-Razi, Avicenna, blah, 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 blah. Don't need any of them. Okay. And what we'll do is push this. Oh no, I guess we do want it there. Okay, do that. And we'll do that, right? So now we have a continuation. And now we need Leonardo da Vinci. This is 1500. He probably would have been rocking it around that time, probably around 1500, you know, doing his drawings and everything, because he would be about 48 in 1500. So we're gonna duplicate this. We got somebody driving like a maniac outside. I don't know if you can hear that or not. I've heard that this is actually something that's happening all over the country, where there's just a lot more like street racing going on. I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, 1500 CE. We got Da Vinci. Let's take a look. All right. That's the one. That's it. Now, what picture of Da Vinci should we use? Let's first off get some nice large images. So we got this guy. That doesn't really look like Da Vinci, although like this is what I think of when I think of Da Vinci. But it's not the best picture. That also is not great, because it sort of just like blends off, you know, like disappears off to the sides. Eh. Eh. I want like a somewhat colorized picture of Da Vinci, you know? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let's go. That's not a bad picture. Yeah, see, that looks too old-timey for me. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, let's go with that portrait. Maybe we can mess a little bit. What I'm worried about is that we're losing some of the detail, right? It's a little bit blurry. Let's see what we can do about that. See if we can maybe boost some of the features. I feel like as it gets later, it should be like shifting into more like soothing tones, you know? Maybe people are like falling asleep listening to a person edit a video. Okay, did not want that. Dang selection tool. See what I mean? Like, it should select just a little bit better than it does. Okay. Let me get a smaller brush here. Okay. Okay. Just trying to get a good selection. I think we've got more or less what we're looking for. We'll see how it looks once we select and mask. Yeah, not great, but we'll smooth things out. And maybe shift the edge in a little bit. I don't know about that. Okay. We'll say that's good for now. Now here's what we're gonna do. Actually mess with it a little bit. Scuff up some of this. So here's what we'll do. We'll make this larger. Bring the hardness up to like 72, yeah. And if I can sort of remove some of the hair. Does that detract? I don't think so. I think removing some of the hair just like focuses your eye a little bit. All right, let's bring down the size. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. Dang, he's got a big beard. All right. Okay, we have Da Vinci secured. All right. Now, come back, After Effects, and bring the guy in. He's got to be scaled down. He's a bit large with his beard. Put him below the time. Maybe that way. Oops. Maybe that way we can put his face somewhat behind the time as well. Or his beard, I should say. He just has such a big beard. How do you get by? Alright. How much food do you get stuck in your beard? When I had a much larger beard, it was a hassle, I'll tell you that. It was a lot of work to like maintain, you know, have it look presentable. Even that was kind of a stretch, if I'm being honest. You know, like, maybe I was just kidding myself. I thought it looked presentable. It wasn't actually. Save that. There we go. A little bit cleaner on the top. And I also want to mess with the contrast and everything that we got going on here. So let's, first off, do that. Don't like that. Let's up the contrast. I think that'll help. Highlights, bring the highlights up. And the whites, I guess. And the blacks, bring those down. And the shadows down. There we go. I think that's good enough. Don't you think? Okay. So, here's what we do now. Now we need to position these in the correct place. Although she starts talking about Da Vinci right away, doesn't she? So what I need to do is move the... Okay, those are both good now. Overshoot scale from anchor point.
Leonardo da Vinci also did some. Leonardo da Vinci.
Okay, so we'll have that come in.
Leonardo da Vinci also did some.
Okay, his face is gonna get in the way here. I feel like I need to take care of his beard a little bit. I hate to do it because his beard is so luscious. I suppose I could move his face down and his beard will just end up being like way down there, you know? I guess so. I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with that. We'll try it out. 'Cause I just want to have space to show his image, or an image at least. I'll check something here real quick. All right. So I need to find Vinci anatomy, or let's look at brain. Okay. What wild pictures he's got up here. Look at that. It's pretty incredible. Those aren't his. No, that's somebody. Yeah, see, they're inappropriately attributing Vesalius's drawings that were done by illustrators to Da Vinci. This is not Da Vinci. Come on, Etsy seller. Get it together. Why is this so crappy looking? Look at that. Okay, see, this is higher quality, but also has so much more grain. That might be just what it looks like, you know? Doom, 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 doom. Okay. So we get a lot here. Like, this is cool. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, let's save this. I think this is what we want. All right. We're going to drop that onto our timeline. I didn't hit copy. There we go. I don't love the sort of white border we got going on here. So here's what we're going to do instead. Let's first just line it all up. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's do this. This will make it easier for everybody. I'm going to open it in Photoshop. Select color range, just the white. Okay. Delete. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. Let's do this. Duplicate. Okay. Delete. There we go. That didn't exactly get everything that I was hoping it would. Okay. You can see that it's still not selecting everything in between, which is a big bummer. Like, you still have some stuff in between here. Ugh, it's so ugly. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. All right. I guess it's close enough in color. That's why it's not being removed. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Go. All right, I think that got rid of most of the gross outline. Let's just do this and say okay once more. Okay, and then select a mask. We're going to shift the edge Doesn't really bring up anything, which is good, I think. Okay, well, we won't mess with it. The other thing that I wanted to do by bringing it into Photoshop here is mess with these letters in the corners, kind of like we did with the other one. So I'll use the clone stamp. Don't need it to be so big. Just grab a section here and cover this up. There. Like it never existed. This we might need to be a little bit more specific. And grab here. There. That's gone. And same thing here. Probably don't want duplicate of that. Okay, and last but not least, this one's going to be a little bit more difficult, it seems like. Just in terms of more features to work around. Still not too hard, it seems like. Yeah, now we can just kind of flub it. And it looks pretty good. Wonderful. All right, great. Save as Da Vinci drawings. Okay. And we'll grab those. Go back to After Effects. Drop it in. Say okay. Okay, so we still got some ugly, like, edges to this. Not ideal. That's okay, we can manage that. Tell you what, let's do the thing that I was talking about before. Select color range. We'll expand it slightly. Don't want it to be too much. Say okay. Select and mask. We'll expand it. Say okay. Complete. Ooh. Got a bunch of this stuff in it. I don't know if I like that. Let's do this. That just, I hate the selection tool. I hate it. It never does exactly what I want it to. But that's okay. We're dealing with it. All right. We've got 20 more minutes. I'm going to call it at 1. We got 20 more minutes to do some of this work. And whatever we don't get done, we don't get done. All right, I'm not going to worry too much about the edging, about that, those like white outlines. It is what it is. You know, we'll live with it. Let's just do this though. the left. Maybe we'll make these somewhat smaller. Okay. Wait, didn't I apply this or no? I thought I had it coming in from the left. There we go.
Stellar anatomical drawings of the brain.
I feel like this should be bigger. I feel like we need to be able to see these up close and personal, you know? Like, people are gonna want to see, like, his actual drawings.
Stellar anatomical drawings of the brain.
Okay. Okay, and then they'll fade out as well.
Leonardo
He also did
stellar anatomical drawings of the brain, but he had to hide them during his lifetime, as human dissections were not legal. Leonardo
Okay, great. Save that. Come on. All right, going on, onward. Of course, during and after the Renaissance, a number of people, mostly philosophers at that time, got interested in psychological questions, though, again, they weren't called that at the time. The term psychology was first used by Croatian humanist Marko Marulic in the late 15th or early 16th century. But it came into use in English by the late 1600s. Along with our friend René Descartes, many of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment were very interested in psychology, particularly as it relates to the conscious self. Notable names include Christian, particularly as it relates to the conscious self. Okay, we'll clean that up a little bit. Of course, during
legal.
Of course, okay, this might be another place where we do a little bit of a J cut.
Actions were not legal.
Of course, during and after
Human dissections were not legal.
Of course, during
Not legal.
Of course, during and after the Renaissance, a number of people, mostly philosophers at that time, got interested in psychological questions, though, again, they weren't called that at the time. Conscious self. Notable names include Christian Wolff, who considered psychology its own science, and Immanuel Kant, who pushed forward anthropology with psychology as an important component of the field.
There were also some
Of course, during and after the Renaissance, a number of people, mostly philosophers at that time, got interested in psychological questions, though, again, they weren't called that at the time. The term psychology was first used by Croatian humanist Marko Marulic in the late 15th or early 16th century. But it came into use in English by the late 1600s. Along with our friend René Descartes, many of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment were very interested in psychology, particularly as it relates to the conscious self. Notable names century. th century. But it came into use in English by the late 1600s. Along with our friend René Descartes, many of the great philosophers 16th century, but it came into 16th century, but it came into use in English by the late 1600s. Along with our friend René Descartes, many of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment were very interested in psychology, particularly as it relates to the conscious self. Notable names include Christian Wolff, who considered psychology its own science, and Immanuel Kant, who pushed forward anthropology with psychology as an important component of the field.
There were also some very neuroscience-y experiments going on around then, such as the work of Luigi Galvani. He and his wife were conducting experiments on static electricity using frog skin when a spark jumped from a...
There's so much to do. So much left to do. During and after the Renaissance, a number... All right. Bill. You're a good cat. All right. So, same thing as before. Y'all, I think... I hate to do this. I'm really losing steam, I think. And I don't think the stream is particularly interesting anymore. I think that probably the best option at this point is just to get some sleep. I know that that's like, if you're just like hoping to hang out and chat and all that good stuff, like, sorry if you're just like, I don't know, chilling and enjoying watching along, but yeah, I don't know, I'm feeling it pretty hard in terms of the late night is getting to me. I can't even put words together. I'm just not being as active or productive as I would like to be. So I think I'm gonna call it here and take a few days to relax, kick back. I'm gonna be out in the middle of the woods, just chilling, and then on Monday come back fresh. Probably do another stream, to be honest, and start working on this again and really knock out a lot of the work that needs to happen for this to get done. So keep an eye out for that on Monday. It'll probably be late afternoon, I would guess. Might even be similar time as today, sort of around like 7 or 8. Just sort of depends on how things stack up. But I appreciate y'all for joining. It's been fun for me to have your support, have your feedback as we're doing all of this. I figured I'll throw this out there again just for those of you who most likely are joining, you joined at some point. I said this at the very start of stream. But I'm going to put a link in the chat for my Twitch channel. If you feel so inclined and interested in checking me out over on Twitch, I dual stream. So I stream to YouTube and to Twitch. But I don't stream everything on YouTube that I stream on Twitch. So I'll do some strict, video game gameplay over on Twitch, and I'm not going to put that up on the YouTube channel because it's not really related. So if you use the channel, if you use if you use Twitch, and it's a platform that you like using, then feel free to come join me over there. But if not, then that's totally fine too. Yeah, I'm really tired. I just like suddenly hit a wall. So I appreciate all of you. Thanks for watching and following along with me. And I'll catch you later. Hope you have a good night. Enjoy it, and probably see you on Monday. All right. Bye, everybody.